Hi guys, my name is Koram and today I'm going to develop a game which names Let's Run. And this game helps the children to improve their knowledge. And actually I have a target for 300 questions for my children in 2 months. However, in this video, I will develop this game with Angular Material UI, FlexLayout and so on. Let's have a look over the interface of the game. This is a very basic and simple game. It has 5 components, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And the first component shows the name of the players, second shows the dice values, third component shows the dice values for both players in the form of graph. Fourth component shows the progress, that who is winner, how far they have gone and so on. The last and the most important component is question component, because here the both player will answer the questions. The game is the player who will get first 250 shall win the game. However, when any player gets 100, then game stops and then both players have to answer the questions. Let's have a look over the real example. Okay, here we can see the graph is moving. Here we can see the dice values, players information and the progress bar. Right now the Maisa is winning. That is so she has a smiley face and Hashim is winning. Anyhow, now Hashim has 105. It means game is stopped now, and now both players have to answer the questions. For correct answer, score is 6. For correct answer with any help like Alexa or mom, dad, whatever, the marks is 3, otherwise 1. Let's see, they both give the correct answer, so the marks is 6. Now again 3, 3. The graph is moving, then 1, 1. And let's say 3, 3. Actually, I have set the question for my children. My son Hashim is only 6-year-old and the daughter Maisa is 5-year-old. So I have set the question as per their age. Anyhow, the last question, see if they both get 3, 3. And now again the game is automated. Let's see who shall win the game. Right now Hashim is winning because he has 170. Yeah, now Hashim is far away. I think he will win the game easily. Yes, here it is. Hashim win the game because he got 250 and Maisa got 238. Anyhow, this is the game which I will develop in this video. Now let's talk about little bit structure of the game. This is high level structural overview of the game. And here we can see 5 components, header, dice and so on, and rest all other services. These are the component services. It means they develop the logic which is required for the components. The main service, it develops the logic which is required for the whole application or flow of the application. This is a very important service because it contains a callback function which calls every 0.6 seconds and roll the dice and get the results for both players. Data service is a special service which contains static information. It is a single point of static information. So, for example, the player name, age, and the question and so on. So, if we like to change the data, then this is a single point where we can actually change the static information. And nothing else. These all are the data types. This is the high level structural overview of the game. Now let's start coding. Okay, so now I am having Visual Studio Code for the coding. I already have created the project and it's totally empty. Here we can see the default page. So it means I have done nothing with the coding. Yes, I have installed a couple of libraries like chart.js, FlexLayout and Material UI. I'm using Material UI for various components, UI component like progress bar, buttons, icon and so on. And I'm using FlexLayout to make the page responsive. So here we can see it's also suit or fit for the mobile. There are a couple of problems, but I will fix when I will develop the application. And chart.js I'm using for the graph. So now let's start the coding. Okay, here we can see our default code. Just go to delete and say hello world. Why I'm saying hello world? Okay. Okay, first of all I'm going to create a new module. module which will have all these components. So I am going to create a module which have all these my components. So let's start. Okay, ng generate module, and name of the module is components because it will hold all the components. Now it's creating the module. That's good. And I'm going to add this module in my app module. So here, just saying, okay, import and component module here. Okay, and this copy. That's fine. And let's close this one for us. And now the time is to create our first component. So I will create my first component here in this module. So let's say ng generate component inside the components, and the name of the component is header, and I don't need testing. And let's see if it's really everything fine, just for testing. So dry run. Okay, components header, yeah, looks fine. So I'm going to create my first component. Okay, so here is my first component. Now I'm going to export this component so everyone can use it. So let's say export and header component. That's fine. Let's close. And actually I'm going to design this component first of all. So this one. For every component, parent component or the child component, I will always copy these two div. So let's first copy it. These are the two parent and child div. Parent div says capture the whole space, and the child div says, okay, when there is a full screen, capture the 80%. When there is a small or extra small, take the 100%. And rest all are the flex layout properties. For example, layout, I'm saying row and wrap and so on. Okay, so now I have a two child and parent component div, and now I'm just saying hello world to see if it's working. I think it's not working. Yes, I know I think it's not working. Yeah, it's not working. It should be here center, because here I have set center. Why is not working? Because I haven't added the flex layout. So let's say import flex layout module and just copy here. Yeah. Okay. Now hopefully it's working. Okay, it's not working again. So flex layout module, let's import. I have done it. Okay, let's close this one, and seems fine. Maybe I need to restart. And so okay, so let's see. Yes, I have to add. Actually, it's not working because I'm app.header. In my app component, I'm adding now my child component. Hopefully it's working now. Here we can see it's now center. So looks fine. Time to design the component. For the first component, I'm going to have three divs. First, we'll hold these two files, or image and the name. Second, will stretch, and the third will hold all this text or material or content. I can use here child component because the image name, again image name. but it's very simple. If I will have a child component, it will add the complexity. So let's make it very simple. Here, as I said, I will have 3 divs: first div, second div, and third. First, in the first div, I will have image and the name. So let's say image and name. Name is let's run, which is the let's run, which is the name of the game. And here I'm going to add the icon. So let's say blue run. I already have added all the static files here, so it's there. Let's see now. Okay. So height, let's say 40 pixel. No, now it's fine. That's good. Space is a generic CSS class. We just add a margin from the top. For example, in my example application, I have space here, I have space here, I have space and space and space. So this is just because of this one class. Because I am using this class in many places, that's why I'm going to put it here. So let's say space margin top 10 pixel. I'm also adding a couple of classes. Padding left 5 pixel, no, just left, and say padding left 5, not 5 pixel, and one more, padding right. These classes doesn't have any connection with the logic or the application. These are just for generic classes. Anyhow, I'm just going to close it. And let's see now. Okay, so here we have a gap. Let's have the class header div. Now I'm going to design I'm going to write this class here because it's a component level class. I will only use it here. So let's say background color RGB 234, 240, and 243, and height, let's say 80 pixel. Okay, that's good. That's very interesting. It's why it's only showing the. Okay, so let's close this one, and I'm just going to copy here to here. FlexLayout header div, FlexCenter. Height 40. Looks fine. Then why it's not? Okay. Come on. Okay, so here we can see it's actually now we have the same color, and we can see the where actually we are going to add all the content. Done. Now let's say game class, game name, and here okay, so font size 40 pixel and color RGB, let's say 92 and 104, and font family, let's see, let's have this one. Okay, that's fine, that's good. And what next? Next is I'm going to add these 5 name and the file, so they will be here. So first is image, second name again, and then image and one name. Okay, for the image, let's copy this one, and the image, let's have first from Misa. First player is Misa, and true for Hashim. Let's see. Height 60 pixel. Fine. Let's see. Okay. Boy. And let's say Misa here. M-A-I-Z-A, Misa. And here VS, it's been more. And Hashim. Okay, that's good, but they are not aligned. And for alignment, I'm going to copy this one. Okay, so now they are aligned. Both are center aligned vertically. But the problem is they should be on the right side. So I'm just going to add here fx flex 100%. Now they are on the right side. Very good. Just let's add let's add here padding from the class pad right 5. I'm just adding because it was very close. So everything looks fine, good. The name are not well designed. So let's say class player name, and I'm just going to copy. Okay, and player name color RGB, that's a 387 and 0, and font size, of course, font size 32 pixel, let's say 35, and font family. Okay, yes, that's good. Let's have the same for second player. And what next? We are just missing this one, so let's design as well. Class BS text, let's say. Okay, and first let's say setting padding 12 pixel for top, and right, let's say 10 pixels, 0 pixel, and again left is 10 pixel. And color RGB 92, 2 and 104. I'm just adding style, CSS style for name, sorry, text. So font size, let's say 20 pixel. And font family, which one I should have? Let's have this. That is a big difference. And font weight, let's say bold. Oh, okay, let's see. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, anyhow, font is different, and font size also different, but it's okay, that's fine. We can use it, let's say 22, and let's have same. Okay, now it's fine. Instead of okay, yeah, doesn't make any difference. So now we have designed our div, our component, but the problem is right now it's having a hard-coded data. So all this data is here, but we like to have data from another service, because the same data will use in many places. So actually I'm going to have service which will contain the data. So let's have first our first service. This is the service, high level service. So I will have in app services folder, which I don't have. So first create a folder, let's say app services. That's fine. And in this folder I'm going to generate a service, ng generate service, and it will be app services, and then what's called that, data, and no skip test and no testing, and try run to see if it's everything fine. App services looks fine. That looks fine. Yeah, looks fine. So let's create the service. Okay, so now we have service inside that data service, and I need also a model class. So I'm going to have one more folder name models. Actually, I am having very simple structure. We can say this is the so-called structure by type, because my application is very simple. So I'm going to have the same and simple and very straightforward structure. So let's have one more folder and name models, and in this model I'm going to have new file, and it's a player type.ts, because it will have the information about each player. So actually I have here, to save my time, I am just going to copy, and nothing, no logic, nothing complex here, only two properties, name and image, and so on, nothing else. So I will have name and image of the players. That's it. Let's make it small. Now inside the service I'm going to write a method. This method actually will return the player's information whenever it will be called. So let's say get players, player players info. Okay, let's get players is a method, and it will return player type array, of course, and okay, let's say return, it's returning array, and new player type first is Maiza, M-A-I-Z-A, Maiza, and the second image. Let's copy the image. Okay, so let's copy paste, and this time I'm going to have for Hashim, and instead of a girl I can have boy. Okay, that's it. So this is the method inside the data service which returns player's information, which is name and the image. Let's so now time to come, yes, here. So here it's my component, and first I'm going to inject the data service through dependency injection. So let's do it. Data service dot data service. Now I have injected, and I'm going to have an array. So let's say players, and it's a type of player type, an array, and it's okay. And now I'm going to get the data. So this dot players is equal to this dot data service dot get players. So now I have information of both players inside the players variable array. So that's it. Now I'm going to replace them. So instead of this one, it's property binding, and here I'm just going to remove and say players, no players, and first player dot image. I'm just going to copy, and instead of hard coded Maiza, I'm going, that's one. And here name. Okay, and let's copy again instead of this one. So now player is first, and let's copy as well. And okay, hopefully everything looks fine. Let's see if it's working. Yes, it's working. Good. Let's change the name of the player so we can see it's really coming data from the service. So let's, instead of Maiza, let's say Sarah. Okay. So now we have Sarah. That's it. So we have implemented our first component with the service, which actually getting the data from the service. So I have done that. Now let's implement the second component. Okay, so now I'm going to design the second component, which is the dice component. But before to design the component, let's solve a small problem. When the screen is extra small, so then we cannot read the player's name. Yes, I can reduce the font size, but I think it's more clean if I remove the names for the mobile screen, because I already have names at two places, here and here. So let's hide them. It's very simple here. I'm going to use the FlexLayout commands. So HTML file and it's the name. So I'm just saying fx hide when extra small. When extra small. And let's copy here as well. And let's see. So now it's hidden and it's more clean. That's it. Now the time to design the second component. So let's start. Close this one and generate. I'm going to generate the component. So ng generate component, and it will be inside the components, and name of the component is dice, and no testing. And let's check first. Right, run. Yeah, looks fine. So let's generate the component. Okay, so okay. So now I'm going to here and going to actually design the component. When before to design the component, let's export the new component. So it is dice component, and now I'm going to use here dice here. That's fine. Let's close this one and let's see, it's working. That's good. Now let's remove this one, and I'm going to copy my own base. So okay, here, and hello. Let's see if it's working. Yes, it's working. And in the dice component, I have only two divs. So just have two divs. Div, and let's copy this one. When the screen is full, it's 50-50. When the screen is medium, again 50. When the screen is extra small, then 100%. So let's do it. 50 for full screen, 50 for medium or small, and 100% for extra small. Just copy, and why I'm doing this, 100, paste. Okay, now let's add the content. I need image, and the text. So let's say image, and text. For image, first I'm going to design hard-coded data. So actually we can see, and it's let's say for Maiza, and let's say she got 6, and here the 6. Let's do same thing for Hashim. I can create the child component here, but I know here I'm doing only for the 2 players, so it will not help too much. So boy 5 and 5, that's it. Okay. Let's image height 60 pixel. Now that's fine. Let's do one more thing here. Let's say dice div copy class and div height 100 pixel, and let's have p1 div, and let's say background color RGB, let's say 97, 143 and 170, and let's add here and as well here. Now let's see the result. Okay, that's fine. The problem is they are not aligned, so I'm going to say start and the center here and here. So now they are start and the center. That's good, but actually they should be distributed equally. So let's say space evenly, and also here instead of start space evenly. So now they are taking the whole space. That's good, but the problem is actually we cannot differentiate the first div layer and second div. So see, it's same here. However, here we can see the small line, so we can differentiate it's a first player and the second player. So let's create another and make it 2, and I'm just going to add 10. So 1007, 153, let's say 190 instead of 180, so 190. Let's see, and here, okay, that's good. Yeah, it's good. Now let's make it 180. Yeah, now it's fine. So now we can see when the screen is extra small, so we can see the small line. Also, we can differentiate them. Anyhow, everything looks fine, and it's also more design. Let's add a couple of more styles. So for image, let's say filter, drop shadow, and 3 pixel, 10 pixel, and 4 px, RGB, and 83, and 83 RGB, not RB, RGB. Okay, so now we can see the shadow. It looks good. Last thing is I need to increase the size. So let's say dot dice text color, of course the white, and font size, let's say 75 pixel, and font family, let's say, yeah, okay. So now I'm going to put it here, class, and same for here. Okay, so it looks fine. It's almost done. Yeah, it's almost done. So we have completed the design with the hard-coded data. But so I think I should close this one. But the thing is, I like to have that data from the services. So as I said, dice component will use the data from the services. But first of all, for the images, images data will come from the data service, which we have already designed. So let's first use them. I'm going to not HTML or sorry .ts file, and here I'm going to say players, and it's an array of type player types, and it's empty. Sorry. Okay. And now I'm going to inject the data service through the dependency injection. So private data service, which is type of data service, and here I will say this dot players is an array is equal to this this the data service dot get players information, and it's a method. So now we are getting the information from the data service. So we have name and the image of the name of the player and image of the player. Okay, that's good. Now I'm going to use here. So instead of the hard coded value, I'm just going to use a property binding. So and players and first dot image, and let's use the same for the second player. Sorry, it should be 1. Okay, so now instead of the hard-coded data, we have the data from the services. That's very good. Now let's do for the second. For the second information, actually I need to create a couple of services. First is main service, middle service, dice service, and the help service. Dice service is a component level services, whereas all other are app level services. So let's start creating the services. First of all, I'm going to create the main service, ng generate service and app services, and the name of the service is main. I don't need the testing. So app services, CES services, looks fine. And hopefully I'm so I have a main service. So let's create one more. It is middle service. It will do nothing. It only receive the information and send to the next, just to have the good code, or just to manage the code. And the one more service is help service. It will have only the helping methods. And I'm going to create one more service, which actually is a dice service, and it will implement the basic logic for the dice component. So for this, I'm going to have component services. So we'll have a new folder, and inside this one, I will have the dice service. So let's create. Okay, so inside the component service, I have the dice service. That's it. Thank you so much. Let's make it small and start with the main service. Main service is of course the main service, and it will have a callback function. So let's say controller, which will be the callback function, and of course it's a method, and it will return nothing. And let's see. Okay, so now we are going to actually define the main service. Main service, as I said, it will have the callback function. Let's have two variables. Let's say p1 total, and it will keep the information for first player, and is a type of number, and is equal to 0. The second player, these two variables are very, very important because they will control the flow and everything. So in the controller function, I'm just saying if p1 this dot p1 total less than 250 and this dot p2 total less than 250, it means both player have less than 250, no one is winner. So this dot set time and this dot controller and 600. So call, if the both player have less than 250, it's mean game is not done. Then the call again this method. So it will keep on doing again and again unless any player have more than 250. Else, and it will do also something when there is else. Okay. Now what next? Next thing is I'm going to roll the dice for both player and then add the dice value to both player one by one. So Here I'm going to write a for loop because I will roll the dice for twice. So, sorry, this one, and I less than 2, I plus. Here I'm having a loop where I'm actually writing the hard coded to. But if we like to have a scalability, I mean, we like to have, we can have more players, and we don't know how many players they will come. So there is a data service, and there is a method which returns the information about the players. So if we don't know how many players are coming, so we can say private, private data service, and here instead of hard coded 2, I can say this dot data service dot players dot length. So now I don't need to know how many players they will come. It will be dynamic. Anyhow, in my application, I know very well exactly there will be only 2 players. So I'm adding 2, and what will happen now? It will roll the dice for twice. So let's say dice value, and it will get the value from both players. But I don't have a method. So first of all, I'm going to in the help service, and as I said, it will only have the helping methods. So let's say roll the dice. I don't know which role is this role. Okay, it's just a name. Roll the dice, and it's a method, and it will return, of course, a number. And let's say, return math.flow math.random value multiplied by 6. So value will be not more than 6 because a dice can have maximum 6 plus 1. It means there will be no 0. So whenever this method will be called, it will return between 1 and 6, and both are included because dice cannot have more than 6 and cannot have 0. Okay, now I am here. I don't need this one. So let's say help this service, and it's a type of help service, and here I am calling this dot help service dot get roll the dice, and it's a method. So now actually every time twice it will call the method and get the dice value. Okay, that's very good. But what next? Next thing is whenever it will call, it will add into the total. So let's say total is equal to 0. Now I'm going to check if it's a first player, it's been running the first time, then it will update this one. If it's for second time, it will update this one. So let's say if I remainder 2 is equal to 0, so it means it's a first player, else it's a second player. So what it will do for first player, of course, this dot p1 total is equal to dice value, yes, and let's say total is equal to this dot p1 total, and same thing for basically what it's doing. It's actually only updating the dice total value or total score for the player 1 or player 2. Okay, so now I have information for both players in my here. And what next? Next, I like to keep it in an array. So let's define an array. Let's say data type data. It's an array of type what? Type. I'm going to now define a type. So here I'm just going to say new file. I'll say player player status dot ts. So it means here this is a model class or data class, and I'm just going to keep the information about the player status. At any time, player will have only two type of information. What is the current dice value and what is the total? That's it. So now I have defined this information, dice value and the total. So here data is an array of type player status, and it's an array, and first is empty. Okay, and whenever it will call this controller, again it will be empty. Okay, so now here actually I'm putting the information into the array. So this dot data dot push, and I'm putting the information new player status, player PLA player status, and first is dice value, and the dice value is of course the dice value, and the second is total. So I'm just saying TOTAL, total. That's it. Now we have information of both players in the data array. Okay, and I will send this to middle service, which I don't have right now, and send to middle service, and also will call here the middle service, call the middle service. Okay, now we have finished and actually have done 80% with the main service. Now let's move to the middle service. As I said, middle service will do nothing. It will have only receive the information and send to the next services. It's just helping, like of helping. So in the middle service, I will have two methods. First is a call services. SVC services is a method, and it will return of course nothing, and this is a method. And the second method, that will call complete, hopefully complete, complete. It's a method. Actually it's a very important method, and it will return why nothing. Okay, why I'm calling this method. Okay, so now I have two methods in the middle service. Back to the main service. Here I will call the first method, but before that let's inject the service. So private middle service, and its type of middle service, and here I'm just sending this dot middle service dot call services and sending the information which is data, which is an array of status type. Actually this dot data, yes, this dot data. Okay, why is like that? Because here I'm not saying, I'm saying data which is type of player status array. Okay, so now it's sending the information. Main service get the information for both player and send to the middle service, and here it will also call this the middle dot call complete. Here we know what is happening. It's sending the information to the middle service, and actually main service sending the information to the middle service, and middle service will send to all these components. But what this method is doing, what is this? Okay, as we know, these all services are observable services, and these all components have subscription for these services. So it means these components are just waiting on for the information. If there is no more data, but still they are waiting, so it means they will affect the performance. That's why it's very, very important to let the component know that, okay, there is no more data, so please unsubscribe and stop waiting. That's very good practice. Although in my application, the scope of these components are exactly the same of the application, so I don't need it. But as I said, it's a very, very good practice, and we should always consider it. So I'm doing this method for this. Now the main service is finished, no more here. I'm going to call all the services. So here I will call this will call all services, and here also will call complete CMPLE complete method. Okay, so here I will call the all services, dice service, and one by one. But right now I haven't implemented the dice service, so I'm coming here. In the dice service, again I will have two methods. Actually, dice service is a service which is an observable, and it will formulate or calculate the required data which is required for that dice component, and will send or will update. So they have subscription or they will get it. So here, okay, let's do it. I'm gonna have an update data. Update data is a method, and it will receive some information, and it will return nothing. And let's do it. What it will receive? It will receive just like data, which is an array of player status, and it's an array, the one method. And the second method is set complete, which actually tell the components that there is no more data, please unsubscribe. So it's a method method, of course, and okay. Now what next? Next is, first of all, I'm going to define an array here. So let's say let's dice data, which is an array. Array of what? Which is an array of what? Okay, let's see what dice need. So a dice component needs dice image and the dice value. Okay, that's very good. So now let's define another model class and say dice type dot ts. That's dice type. That's good. And I'm just going to copy this one because this is an typing exercise. So I'm just going to say okay. And this was a dice value and dice image. Nothing special. Dice value, dice image. Let's close. And I'm now saying this is an array of type dice type, and actually it's an array. Okay, so now we have this one. Let's again have a loop. Let's I is equal to 0, I less than 2. Again hard coded, but we can fix it if we like to have an I plus. Okay, so now I'm going to update the information of both players in this array, and then we'll send or update. So how to send? I'm saying dice dot data, which is an array, dot push. So I can push the value because it's an array, and here I actually will push the information. So what is information? New dice type, and dice type have first dice value, dice type have first dice value and then dice image. So dice value, let's say not like this. Dice type. What is dice type? So sorry, dice value. Dice value is data I dot dice value. So one is finished. Now actually I need the dice image, and which I don't have. So I'm going to help service, and I am saying get a dice image. So it will return the dice image, and it's a method, and it will return a string. And let's say, okay, this method will receive a value. So let's say dice value, it's a type of number. What it will do? Actually, it will get the dice value and return the image accordingly. For example, if it's 6, then it will return the dice image which showing 6. And if it will receive 5, so it will return a dice value which showing 5. That's it, very simple. So dice value, and that's it. And I'm saying return backtick, and let's copy from somewhere. Let's copy from here. I have this information. I'm just going to copy. Let's close. I don't need it. So here the path for image, but I'm just going to define this one, and here dice value. So what it doing is just giving the path of the image. That's it. This is the simple method. Now I'm going to come in here, and first I have put the dice value, and now the second thing is I'm just going to inject first the help service here. So private help service is a type of help service, so we can use the method. So I'm just saying this dot help service dot get the image, and image is I just need to pass the dice value. That's it. So now we have information. Actually, we have information. Let's make it okay. Let's run. Now I have the information of both players which required in the dice value here in this data and this array. Okay, what next? Next is I'm going to have an observable, and this observable it actually update the information whenever I required. So let's say I'm going to have data with the $sign. It means it's an observable, and I'm going to have a special observable which calls object. Object is a multicasting observable. Okay, and it will send dice type array. Sorry. And that's it. Okay, so now we have this one, and we have information in our array. So I'm just going to say this dot data s dot next, put the next information, and what is dice data. Okay, so now it's costing the information, and because because it's costing the information, so dice component will use it. Here is done, but what about the next? Next is here, the complete, which actually will tell the component that there is no more data, please unsubscribe. So here I'm saying this dot data observable dot complete. That's it. Okay, so now we are sending the information to the dice component. That's it. Now let's time to define in the dice component. So now I'm going to the dice dot component.ts file, and here actually I will get the information. But before that, let's define a couple of variables. So first of all, I'm going to have a data. Actually, I'm using data again and again, and it's a variable which actually will contain the information. So data is an array of type dice type, and it's an array, and it's empty. Okay, and one more information actually I'm going to have, and it's very important, and it is subscription, and it's type of subscription. Subscription. Okay, so now I have two variables. Let's use it. First of all, this dot subscription is equal to this dot dice service, which I don't have. So first let's inject the dice service. Private dice dice service is a type of dice service, and this dot dice service dot data dot subscribe. And so now I have subscription for the service, and here I will actually have object. And first of all, when there is a next means when there is a new data information, so this one, and it will do something, let's say value, which is the value will coming from, and this dot data, which is this one array, is equal to value. That's it. One more, let's say error, yeah, and when there is error, let's say error, that's fine, and then it will only console the error. I don't need it, but let's say console.log, and let's say error. And the last thing, when there is complete, and let's say this one, and here it will call another method which I don't have actually. So here I'm going to implement ng on destroy, destroy, and actually I can have any method here, but this method gives a very meaningful name, that's why I'm using. So let's see it, and here I'm just close, and when there is a complete signal, it will just call this method, this dot ng destroy, and call this method. That's it. And what this method will do, it will say this dot data dot unsubscribe. Sorry, not data, this dot subscription, because I am putting here. So this is subscription dot unsubscribe. So the component will not wait for longer. So we have information, that's very good. Now we can use it in our HTML file. So let's, here I have, instead I'm going to have a property binding. So let's this one, and instead of image, I'm just going to say, let's say data, and first dot dice image, and here and dice value. Hopefully it's working. Let's copy this one again. Here we can use a child component here, but as I said, it will not help me much because I have only 3 lines. So okay, so now we have information in our, now it's not working. Yes, I know why it's not working. So let's check it. I have a main service and it's sending the information to the middle service. So let's go to the middle service. Here I'm not calling. So this dot, I don't have injected the service. So let's say private, and dice service is a type of dice service, and here I'm just calling this dot dice service dot update data, and it will have data 1, and also I'm calling this one. The middle service will call all these component services. So this dot dice service dot set complete. Still I will not have information because I'm still not calling the main service. So I'm just going to say come here, app.component.ts, and here I'm just going to delete this one. Let's say constructor and this one, and here I'm just going to, first of all, let's have a space. So first of all I'm going to say private main service, and it's a type of main service, good, and implement on init, and let's say yes, and that's the method which actually I'm using. So this dot main service dot controller, this is a method and controller. So when the application will start, it will call the method and then it will keep on start running. So let's see if it's working. Yes, it's working. So we can see 4 4 6 6. Let's make it a little bit fast. So we can say that instead of 61, say 100. So now we have. That's good. It's working now, and everything's fine. Hopefully, that's done. And okay, let's now move into here dice component, and yes, as I said, here I can have a child component, but if it will not help. Okay, but if without child component, I can do also one more thing, that I can add here div, and if I like to have this one, let's say, so instead of this I can do like that, and then let's say okay, and let's copy from here to here, and let's say 100% and 100%. Okay, and here I'm just going to define couple of actually array. So why I'm doing that, because I'm not using child component, but I like to have avoid the repeating data. So I'm just coming here, and so I'm just going to define first, let's say background color. It's an array, and it has, let's say, p1 div, and the second is p2 div. Why it's like that? So background color is an array of type string, and it has this value. So let's because it's not an object, it's an array. Okay, so I'm just going to one more, and it will be index array. So let's say index array, and it's an array type of numbers, and it's empty. And what I'm going to do, actually I'm just going now in help service, and in the help service I am going to define something, which a method, and it will, let's say the method is get all small numbers, and it's a method, and it will get the value, let's say highest, highest number, let's say highest number, and its type of number, and it will return an array of numbers. Okay, and let's say number is equal to 0, it's a local variable, and let's say small number is an array of numbers, and it's an empty. And here it's very simple. It just, I'm saying that, okay, for let I is equal to 0, I less than this highest number, and I plus, and just small number dot push, not pop, push push, and just push that I, and return small number. Actually, let's say small numbers, and small number. What it doing, this method is doing, actually, it's getting the number. Let's say if it's getting the 5, let's say 5, oh, then it will return an array which will have 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. So it will return an array with these number, and this is our just like index. Why it's, yes, okay. So now we have a method which receive a number like 5 or 10 and it returns all the small numbers. And I am going to use this component, this array here, and in just, I'm just calling this method, oh sorry, yeah, and I'm just saying index array here, just on ng method, I'm just saying index array is equal to this dot, do I have injected the help service? No, let's do it, private help service, because I'm using the help service method. So helps HELP help service, and this dot help service dot get small numbers, and here I'm just passing this dot players dot get, but why I'm doing that, dot get players, this dot help service dot get players, help service, no, but I'm using this dot data service dot get players dot length. I know I'm doing right now I'm overdoing it, overkilling it, but let's say why not. So index array, so now I'm going to back and I'm going to use here. So first of all, let me just come here, and here I'm just saying ng for let index of index array, is it right? Yes, index array, and nothing else. And instead of here permanent class, I'm going to have a property binding, and just I'm saying here background bg colors, color colors, and I'm just saying index, it's a background colors. So I'm just saying background colors, and what next? I'm just going here index, and also here index. Now let's see. Yeah, it's working. So everything looks fine, it's working. Now instead of just having just static for two players, I have I'm running the loop. But again, I said just to remove these three lines, what I have to do, I have to done so many things. I have new line, and then I have to define a help method inside I have to define this method, and even inside here I have to here I have to define two more variables and then call. Yes, in this way actually I avoided the copy paste, and I have now dynamic data, but I can say a lot more complexity, but it's working, so I will keep on like that. So now we have designed our second component, which is a dice component, and the next I'm going to have this graph component, and it will be fun. So let's start. So now I'm going to design that graph component which shows the dice value for both player. So here we can see the total is 91 and the player get 1, and here the total was 97 and player gets 6, and so on. So let's start. First of all, I'm going to let's clean here. Let's make it bigger. Okay, and then say ng generate component, and it will be inside the components folder, and name of the, let's say graph, and skip test, and dry run. Yeah, let's see if everything is fine. Okay, looks fine. Let's create the component and make it small here. And now I have the component, so let's open and design graph.component. I don't need this one for a second. Let's say okay, but first let's export the component, and I'm going to graph component. That's fine, and I'm going to add app.html as well here, and this is graph and graph. Let's see if it's working. Yeah, it's working fine. That's good. Now let's come here. I'm going to delete this one, and now I'm going to add this one. Okay, so let's see if everything fine. Hello, and yeah, it's working. Chart.js is a canvas based library for which I'm going to draw this graph. So let's say first canvas, and here I'm going to say id is graph, dice value graph, dice value graph, and height, by the way, it's the height of the line, not the graph. So let's say 60 pixel, and let's say here graph div div. Let's see this one, and I'm just going to have the background color. So background color, let's say EFF1 F1, and now let's see. Okay, we don't have anything right now. Okay, that's good. Let's close this one, and now I need here. First of all, I'm going to have the graph variable which help us to draw the graph. So first of all, I'm just saying graph graph, let's say chart. I don't know. Let's say graph chart or whatever. This one, and it's our variable of type chart and is equal to as chart. Okay, this is the graph chart. Why I'm saying graph chart? Let's say graph dice graph. Yeah, that's fine. Dice value graph. Okay, and this is a scatter graph or chart, and it will have two information. It will have the information for both players. So I'm going to have two array which will keep the information of both player. So let's say p1 data, which is an array of objects, and it will have, actually first it will have this one, and let's say x-axis is equal to 0 and y is equal to 0. This is for first player, and now I'll have a second player, and same. That's it. Now let's start with the graph. This dot graph dice value graph is equal to new chart. Yes, and it will have here ID and the object ym. Okay. And ID is this one, mention here. And okay, first of all, it will have a type, and it's a scatter chart, SCATTES scatter. Hopefully the spelling is correct. And the second thing is it will have data, and let's see, and it will have options. Yes, these are three information which I will pass for the graph. Data mean I will describe the information about these line, colors and value, everything. Option, here I will mention this x-axis and the y-axis, and this is a type which says it's a scatter chart. So first of all, let's talk about with the data. So I have said it's a type scatter, and data in data set, and it's an array, and it will have actually two players. But let's first for the first player, and I'm just saying label mean the player name, and right now I don't have player name. But I know where I can get it. So private data service, and it's a type of data service. Okay, and here let's have player and array, PLAYL players, which is not here, which is type of player, type array, and it's an empty. And here I'm just saying this dot players is equal to this dot data service dot get players, and now I have information about the players here. So just passing here this dot players, and by the way I can also solve the scalability here, but I know why it's only for two players. So name, so I now I have the name of the first player. Now I'm going to pass the data, which is this dot p1 data, and now I'm going background color, let's say it's for let's say it's for Miza, so it's red, and border be your color, it's also red, and let's say border be your width, it's let's say 1, not 1, I think it's enough. Okay, now let's have same information for Hashim or the first second player, but this time I'm passing this 1, and this is 1 2 because it's second, and instead of red it has blue. Yeah, and it's also blue. Okay, let's see that. Okay, that's good. We have that graph, but it's not working. Let's have a dummy data for a second. For Miza, I'm just going to pass and one more, and let's set here any. Okay, let's say Maisa got 2, so the answer is 2. Then she got 4, so the answer is total is 6. Then she got 5, so the total is 11. Let's see. Okay, everything looks scatter type, data, chart, graph, new chart, options. Okay, I have a line, but yeah, I think come on. Okay, there is a problem. Show line, it's true, and fill, I think false. Let's see. Okay, now I have the line. Let's add one more property, line tension, and let's say 0.1. Now looks fine. So let's add these properties here. So now it's working. So our chart is working with the dummy data, and let's delete this one for a second because we shall have the data from the services. Let's have this one and here, and now okay. So I have set the information about the chart. Now the time is to set the values for the x-axis and the y-axis. So inside the options, first of all, I'm going to say responsive, and it's true. Okay, and one more thing, I'm going to add now. Oh, come on. Sorry. And now I'm going to add scale. Yes, and it's an, of course, now this is an object, and inside this one I'm going to add x-axis, which is an array, and here I will pass I will actually pass the, let's see, and ticks for, it say begins with the 0, it's true, and maximum is equal to 256. It's an x-axis, and maximum can be 256. Any player who will have first 250 shall win the game. But imagine if the player is standing on 249 and then still game is on, but then she or he gets 6, then it will be 255. That's why I have set this 256. Anyhow, this is for x-axis. Now I have to set for y-axis, because right now I have, okay, so let's no, it will be maximum 6 because the dice can have maximum 6. So now everything fine, looks good. So now we have designed our actually the graph, and here I'm going to call a method. Let's say the name of the method is update dice graph, dice value graph. It is a method and it will actually update a graph. And I'm going to also have another method. Let's say here implement on destroy, and let's copy, and here I'm going to also this one, and let's delete. This method will update the chart. So let's say here this dot update this one. Okay, and this method actually will unsubscribe the subscription. Okay, so now let's get the data from the services. To use the data from the services, first of all, I have to have the chart service or the graph service. So first I will have the chart service, and then middle service will send the data to the graph or chart service, and then it will use by the chart component or the graph component. I just change the name. So first of all, I'm going to have the the graph service. So ng generate, and it will generate the services, and it will be inside the component services, and the name of the service is graph, let's say, and no test. So let's say ng generate component services and graph. Looks fine. So let's have it, this one. Okay, so now I have the graph services here. Let's make it small and inside the here. So first of all, what I'm going to have, of course, it's an observable service. So first I'm going to have a variable of type subject, which is an observable, and it will cost player status, and which will be an array. And let's say, okay, and let's import this one, and now let's see. Okay, and it will have two methods. First is update that data, and this is the method, and it will receive data of type player status, which is an array, and it will return nothing. And let's have, and it will also actually, let's see, it will also another method of not this one, method of function, which says let complete, and it's a method, and it will return nothing, and let's say it will just unsubscribe. So this dot data s dot complete, it will send the information that it's done now. And that's it. And one more thing, now let's say, let me check that what I need for the graph. Okay, so for the graph I need the dice value and the total, which actually I already have in the player status. Player status is dice value and the total. So let's send it. So I'm saying this dot data s dot next, and only set the data. That's it. I don't need anything more in the graph service. Now I'm just going to the middle service and just call the method. So first, but have the graph service, so private graph graph service, which is type of graph service, and here I'm just saying graph graph service, and also here call, and let's call graph. That's why I have the same function or method names. Anyhow, that's it. Now I don't need to do anything here, anything here, and now I'm coming back to the th file, and here actually I'm going to update the information. But first of all, let's define the subscription so we can close it or unsubscribe it. So subscription type of subscription. Okay, and in here this dot subscription is equal to this dot graph. Do I have graph service here? No, I don't have. So I need private graph graph service, and it's a graph service here. Okay, this dot graph service dot data s dot subscribe, and here it will have object. So first for next, when is the next, so it will have some data, and what I will do with that data, which is very important. And when there is error, so an error, there can be any error, so let's say error, and console.log error, and last thing complete, which is very important as well. And when there is a complete, let's say this dot ng destroy method, and this method will say this dot data as, sorry, not data as, graph s dot data dot unsubscribe. So that's important. Okay, everything looks fine except then here. So now I'm going to say this dot p1 data dot push, which is this is an array, and it will push the information, and this, so x-axis will be data 0 dot total, yes, and y-axis will be data, no, but it's not total this time dice value. Okay, that's good. And same for second, let's say push 2 push p1 data dot push 2, and this time 1 and 1. So now I have information of the both players. And what next thing is just going to this dot dice value graph dot update. This is very important, otherwise it will not work. So I'm updating the both information and update this. Let's see. Okay, so it's working. Yeah, let's do it again. So we have, let's say for Maisa is 3, for Hashim is 2, the last is 2, and winner. Yes, so we have designed our graph component, and we can see the information is working very fine. So the next is I'm going to design the progress component, which is very important. So let's start. Progress component. Progress component is a little bit complex one because it has multiple functionalities. It shows smileys, it shows the player image, progress bar, and it also announces the result. And so let's start. First of all, I'm going to create the component. So ng generate component, and it will be inside the components, and name of the component is progress, and no test, and trial. And let's see, components, seems everything fine. Yes, it looks fine. So let's create the component. Before to do anything, let's export the component so I can use it that HTML file in. So it's a progress progress component progress progress component. Is it not? Yeah, this one. Come on, progress component. And now I'm going to use in HTML file. So copy paste progress. I'm missing progress R. Anyhow, it's fine. It's just a name. And now I'm here, HTML, CSS. So first of all, I'm going to first see if it is working. Yeah, it's working. So first of all, actually, I'm going to design the component with the hard-coded data, and then I will replace the data with the data from the services. So first of all, going to copy parent and the child div, and yeah, it looks fine. And for progress component, actually, I will have, let's see how many rows I will have. So first row, second row, this one, and the third one. So okay, I will have 3 rows. So just div, but let's have first this. Let's okay, one by one. And first row is hopefully very simple. So 100%, and it has the name and icon. So first is image, and second is okay, and for image it's a track. Yes, and what is this? Running track, running track tracks. Hopefully okay, that's height, let's say 40 pixel, and let's add little bit styling. So progress, progress div, and here first is background color, let's say EAE9, and padding, let's say 10 pixel, but no right, no left. I will add manually, and yeah, it's fine. Yes, okay, and it's not aligned, so just copy this one. So now they are aligned. Let's say class progress div heading HEADING, and heading, and okay, and let's say font size 25 pixel, and font family, I love this font, and color, let's say 7C1E35, yes, and true padding left 5 pixel. And what next? So it's fine. Let's add a little bit padding here. So let's add left 5. So yeah, it looks fine. So first line is done. Now let's start with the third line. It's a little bit simple as compared to second one. So I'm going to add div, and it will be 100% at start. Okay, and inside, yes, I actually, if I check my example application, so here when there is an extra small screen, it has some problem. See here, it's not looks very neat and clean. It's not aligned actually. So I have to fix this as well. So first I'm going to actually generate the components for div for each nouns. For example, 1 first, 2nd, 3rd, and 4. So I have now 4 divs, and let's copy and then style. Okay, when there is extra small screen, when there is a full screen, it will be this one 15%. These both will be 25, and the last one will be 35 because it has a bigger text and I have enough space. When there is a medium screen, let's say it's 22%. Again, these two are 25, and the last one, let's say it's now 28% because 22 and 50, yes, it's 28%. However, when the screen is extra small for mobile, I'm going to change 33%, 34, so it's 100 now, and this one has 100. So it means this result will be the next line when there is an extra small screen. So let's say, and here, hello world. Okay, AI should be next line, I think. Yeah, this is the problem. It should behave like a grid. So here, aha, come on, fx. So now it is next line. Oh, yeah, I need it also. Okay, so now we have it. Let's make it center. And let's make it center. And center. Now they are in the center. That's fine. Let's copy as well. So everything looks fine. Let's set the default font for this one. So let's say class progress result div progress. Yes, it's fine. Now let's make the class. Sorry, let's do the design a little bit, and it will be say first padding 10 pixel, top, right, bottom, left, and what next? I can say font. Let's add the default font and size it to be 20. Let's say 20 pixel. So now everyone is 20. Okay, here we can see when there is an extra small screen, so then the next line is very close to the upper line. There should be some little gap. So here I'm going to add ng style dot extra small. When there is an extra small, okay, do something. What it should do, let's say padding top, let's make it 13 pixel. So now there is a gap. Let's make it 15. Okay, so now they are not very close to each other. That's good. Everything fine. What next? Let's make it what I need here. And I need here turn. Let's copy. Okay, so first is turns, and let's say 70, 78. Doesn't make difference. And here I'm just, and first result is for Maiza, M-A-I-Z-A, Maiza. Let's say Maiza, she has 220, and let's say this one for Hashim, and 235, and the last, it will actually announce the result. So let's say Hashim is winner. Okay, so it looks like this one. Let's style it a bit. First of all, class, let's say winner text, V-I-N-N winner text. Let's make it a little bit styled. So paste, and font family, my favorite, and color, let's say 910707. It's also my favorite color. So font size, let's say a little bit bigger, 25, 23 pixel. Okay, that's good. And what next? Next is just add a little with the names, player names. So class and say result, progress, player name. Oh, okay, fine. Oh. Okay, and here for the player names we can say font family. This time just change. No, let's have this one. And color, let's say RGB 001 199. Which color is this? Yeah, okay, doesn't matter. Let's say 177. Okay, that's fine. Let's add, they are very close to each other. Let's do a little bit one more thing. So progress and div padding left 5 pixel, not div. Now okay, so now there is a gap, so it looks fine when the screen is full, or it also looks fine with the small and the medium. So yeah, everything's fine. We have designed the third row with the hard-coded data. Oh, why I have black? Let's add also for Hashim. Let's have the same color for both players, for Hashim, for Miza. Okay, that's fine. Now let's design. We'll start with the second div, this one. I am okay. So here this is the first div and this is the second div, so they are actually two divs. So let's start here. First of all, I'm going to copy this one, and what next? Okay, this is 90% and this is 10% when the screen is full. So let's make it, let's copy this one, and here time to design. First, this is 90, that's 90% the whole. So let's say, no, this is 90%, this is 100%, sorry, 10%, so it will be 100. And when there is a medium screen, so let's say this is 75 and this time is 25. So when there is a medium screen, this is 75 and 25. Let's make it small. It's like say 78, 22, a little small. Anyhow, or when there is extra small, so let's say it is 70%, it should be 70% more, and this time it will be 30%. So okay, so we have like this. Here I will have the trophy, so image, and image is hopefully I have the image, and its name is trophy. Yes, I have it. And let's add the class. Let's make it responsive. So responsive image, and here I'm going to make it responsive. And for responsive, it will be width 100% and height, let's say auto. Okay, so we have this one, that's fine. And one next is, now I'm going to design this one. Okay, so here I'm thinking to have the child component. Why? Because I can copy this one. So first and the second, let's have a child component here. Anyhow, now I am here. Okay, and here I will have actually the child component. Let's generate the first child. Come on, this one, and it will be ng generate component, and it will be inside the components, and I have the name of the component is progress. This is a parent component, and here progress track, track, and I don't need test, skip test, and try run. So ng generate components progress, that's right, progress tracker. Let's see. Yeah, looks fine. Let's generate the child component. That's fine. Let's make it small, and here, okay, so we have this one. Let's call the child component, and it is actually progress, this one. But to make it, I have to add one more div. It will be inside the div, and it will always 100%. Otherwise it behaves very weird. And let's have okay, so we have now our progress child component. Let's see. Yeah, it's working. Progress track is working. It's working very fine. Now the time to design our child component. So I have this one and this one. Okay, and here for the child component, this is, let's say, 10%, and now this is 90% for the full screen. So let's start with this one, div parent, and here I'm just saying div and one more, and let's say, let's copy here, copy anyone, just copy this one. So 10% when the screen is full, so 10% for the both images and 90% for the bar. So 10% and 90%. And when the screen is medium, let's say 18%, and this is time 82. And when the screen is extra small, so 25 and 75. So we have now both. And let's do one more thing here. I will have the two images. So let's say first image, and it will have the happy. Okay, let's say happy for Maisa, and let's have set height this time 30 pixel. I like to keep it small. And second image is for player image, so let's say girl, and it will be 60. Looks fine. Let's have, okay, so we have it, but let's make it also the center. So okay, I think, yes, I don't need this one, and I also don't need this one. Now it's fine. So we have images. Okay, one, let's set that little bit style. So let's say track, or let's say P1 track bar. I know exactly that there will be 2 players, that's why I'm setting classes. So let's say background color from Misa of first player, it will be EDE 5EF, and height let's say 90 pixel, and let's copy, and this time for second player let's have 5E5, and let's say FLD. Okay, so let's copy, and we have it. Let's see. So we can see the pink background color. That's good. Image is fine. Now time to add the progress bar. By the way, I'm using Material UI progress bar, but first I have to import this one. So here I'm just saying, let's say copy paste, or I'll say it's mat progress bar module. Oh, it's from Material UI, so Material UI, and it's a progress bar. Yes, and let's import, and let's close it. So now ready to use a Material progress bar here. Yes, so we have it. Now let's style. First of all, let's say class and progress, not a progress bar, that's a track, track bar, and I'm just going to set the height. So let's say height 23 pixel. So yeah, it's not wide. Okay, and let's save value, so we can see 80%. So now here we are 80%. Okay, and one more thing, let's see, mod buffer. So we can see it's now moving. Here we have a solid, totally solid, but he's moving. Which one is good? This one or this one? Yeah, okay, that's fine. And one more thing, let's color. And for Misa, let's say accent, it's pink color. That's good. We have designed almost our progress bar, and let's see when there is an extra small, so still is good. It's small, but yeah, it's good. And that's it. Now we have design. Let's copy for the Hashim. So one more time, let's style this one, and for Hashim, this is for Hashim, but we have 2. So we have 2, and by the way, this should be for different colors for Hashim and Misa. So now we have to make it different information. For progress bar, there is different type of there are different type of information, and I'm getting the information from various sources. I'm getting different information from the progress service, which I don't have right now, but I will get also the information from data service and some information from the progress, which I will have. For example, the different color, the different image, and different bar color. These are the different information which I'm getting from the different places. So let's see first of all which information I can have from the component. So let's say I know there are the two type of classes. So one for the Hashim, one for Maiza. So here I'm just going, not here. I have designed, so let's close this one. Let's close this one. Now time to TS file. Okay, and this one. First of all, I'm going to define here at the rate of input, which means I will get the information from the parent component. So input, and it's a method. Let's copy to import. It's a part of Angular core, and let's say what I'm going to find here. Yeah, player background color. So background color, it's a type of string and it's empty. So now we are going to here, and let's here, because I will add many. Let's correct, and it will be some information here, but I don't have information in here. I'm just defining background colors, and it's an array and a string, actually array of string, and it will be for first, let's say P1 track, for second P2 track. Right now I know exactly the number of players, that's why I'm doing like this. Otherwise we can find some other solution. So I have a P1, P2, background colors. So I just say here background colors, and this time it will be 1. Let's copy for Maiza, and for Maiza it will be 0. So now I'm passing the information from parent component to the child component. It's here, and now time to use it. So here I have a property binding. So let's see, and it's a background color. Let's see. Oh, there is no color at all. That's good. So we are passing the right information. Background colors. Background color is a P1 track, P2. Do I have this? Let me exactly see. Yeah, because it's not. It's okay here. And paste, and by the it's 2. Now let's see. So we have different color from background color. It's light pink, it's light green. So we have different color for both players. That's good. Now let's see what else we can change. And yes, I can have different images, because these images will come from the data service which I already have. So let's get these in the TS file, parent TS file. I'm just saying players, PLAYER, players, and it's type in array of type player type, and it's start in the empty, and I'm going to inject the service. Data service is a type of data service, and here let's say these dot players, is equal to this dot data s dot get players. So now I have the information about the players in players array. Okay, that's fine. Let's define here another input, and let's say this time player 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 image, and it's string. That's good. And I'm passing to the child component, so just say player image is equal to players PLAYER players, and first for Misa first dot image. Okay, so I'm just going to copy as well for Hashim. By the way, why I'm copying again, I will fix this. But first, okay, so now I'm passing the value about player image, which I already have defined here. And now time to just change here. So we can see from the data service src and PLAY player. Okay, so here you can see first for the Misa and second for the Hashim. So if I will change here, so it will be changed here, here, and here as well. So that's good. We have information from this, from the service. Let's close this one, because of why I'm doing this one. Let's define an array, because I know number of the players. So let's define an array, and let's say index array, and its type of number. So let's say number, and it has values, not here, come on, here 0 and the 1, 0 1, and just here let's say ng4, and let index of index array. And now I'm just going to copy, paste, and paste. So now we have same information. I don't need to mention this again and again. Let's close as yes. So now we have only one. We are calling actually in the loop. We are calling the child component in the loop. Okay, let's see what next value I can change. Oh yes, I can change the color. See, here is a pink and pink. This should be blue. So here, let's say, okay, bar color, I mean progress bar. Yeah, let's say bar color and a string. And now I am from the parent component, I'm passing, and right now I don't have this one, ts file. Let's, and what was that? So bar colors, color. So let's say bar colr. Okay, that's fine. Bar colors, just make, and first and second default, FAULT, default. So I have this one, and now I'm passing this information from parent to child. So let's say here index, and so information is coming from parent to child. Here bar color, actually should have what anyhow, and here yes, let's now make it binding, and yes, let's see. Oh, so here we can see for Misa is a pink, yeah, it's not actually pink, but it's a pink color and the blue color. So if they are different players, we can set that they will have different colors. So what else I can change without progress service? I can't change this one. I don't think so. There is more information which I can change without creating the progress service. So now there is a time to create the service. So let's start. So now I'm going to create the service, ng generate service, and it will be component services, and the name of the service is progress, and node, and let's see, component services. Okay, yes, skip test, component services progress. Yeah, looks fine. Let's create the service. For the progress for the progress bar, I need smiley, total, and the progress value, because these three information are actually belongs to both player, and they change every single second. Turn, it doesn't belong to any player, and it change also every single time, and it will be changed only once. Anyhow, I have the service now. That's good. I'm going to make it small, and first of all I'm going to create a new data type. So let's say progress type dot ts, and here actually I have it. Yeah, this one. Okay, this. So I have smiley, progress, and the total. These three information belongs to both player, and they change every single second. So let's close, and now let's go to the progress service, and here I am. Yeah, so now I'm going to define couple of first of all I'm going to define p1 total. It's total, it's a type of number, and it will hold in total for first player, and the second and second. Now let's define one more, but first let's have the method which we normally have for services. So first method is update data, and it's a method of course, and it will receive an information of player status, which is an array, and it will return nothing. And yes, second, there is also a second method, and it is set complete, umplet complete, some method, and it's a void, and it will return nothing. Okay, so here now I'm going to middle service, and first I'm going to inject the newly created progress service with private progress, yeah, progress service, which is type of progress, progress, yeah, service, and this is the here and here. Let's copy this one and this one. Okay, so now we have it. Let's close the middle service, because now middle service is getting the data from main and is sending to the next service. So close, and first of all, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to define a variable, a local variable, and let's say progress data, and it is a type of progress, progress type, and it is an array, and so it is actually, let's make it first empty. So as a type, and it is empty first time, and now I'm just saying progress data dot push, and here actually I need two. So first of all I need first is smiley, smiley. Second I need progress, how far the progress bar has gone, and the third is total, and I have total. So first of all I'm just saying total p1, this dot p1 total is equal to data and 0 dot total, total, total. What do progress, sorry, because I haven't, data is a type of player PLS status, and it's an array actually. Now I am, so I'm getting data here, and see second, and it's a player 2, and I have information of 1. So I have it. Now I have this one done. Second is progress. For the progress, let's open the main service, sorry, help service, and just say get player, yeah, player, PLAY, player, PROGRESS, progress, and it's a method, and it will return, of course it will return the number, and yes, and what it will do actually, it will receive total, 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 which is a type of number. And what it will return, let's say math.flow, and here total. So total is the value which coming divided by 250, which is actually our what's called maximum value multiplied by 100. It's just a percentage formula, and just return. So it will get the number and return the percentage. So here, do I have help service? No, I haven't injected the service. So private help service, which is a type of help service, yes, and I'm calling here. So now I have also the progress. I know rest is smiley. Smiley means I will send the players to that values total, and then it will return this, yes. Okay, now let's have a method. Let's say get smiley, SMILEY, image, and it's a method, and it's a special actually method, and it will return something different. So let's say it will return a string, and okay, first let's say return let the image, yeah, let's say image, fine, image, and it's an empty. Image path is more suitable. Image path and it's empty, and I'm say image path, so no error. It will receive two things. First is my total, total, which is type of number, and the second other total, total, which is a type of also a number. And if my total, total, greater than other total, it means image path is equal to, let's copy path from here, yes, and this is happy. I have happy, I think I have, yes, I have yeah, this is here, so I'm using, so I have it, happy image, if my total is greater than other total. Otherwise, let's copy this one, else if my total is less than other total, so image path is sad, which I also have, and actually I'm using already, yeah, so I have, and actually at the end there should be something else. There should be something like, if they equal, there should be some other path, like image path should be blank image, but I don't have blank image, that's why I'm not doing this, but it's a good practice. I should send something. Anyhow, now image fine in a return. How this method will work? Both player will call this method, and for example, player 1 has 250, player 2 has 240. Now this will check, because first player is calling, then my total is first player, other total is 240, so the player will get happy image. But if 240 is here and 250 is here, then it will be a sad image. So both player will call this method. Very simple, no very complex logic. And now I have also the smiley. So time to do something. First is I have what I'm going to have now, actually yes, new progress type, and it's here. And what is this? It's so first is smiley, so this dot help s dot get smiley image. Yes, and first time I'm calling, yes, first time I'm calling for the player 1, so p1 total, and it will be this dot p2 total. So I'm now I have the smiley or the image. Second is progress is this dot help dot get player progress, and here I'm also putting p1 total, and the last thing is p1 total. Okay, and copy paste. Second, let's close this. Actually, I also can apply loop here, but more clean, I think more clean is this way. So this time p2 here, p1 here. Now second player calling the same for smiley, and this is 2 and this is also 2. That's fine. Now our data is ready to send to the component. So first of all, I'm going to have here say data, and its type of actually new subject, and it will have here, let's first import, yeah, and it will have progress pro type array. That's it, and this is the progress type array, or I already have. And now I'm going to send this dot data s dot next, and it will be progress progress data. Done. By the way, it's wrong done. It should not be here, it should be here. And it is totally empty. And you're not big deal, but here it will call this data s dot complete, and it will tell that please unsubscribe. That's it. We have now data information. Let's go to the progress.html, and actually it should be here. Let's close this one, progress, and ts file, and then this one, and then this one. Okay, so first I'm going to progress.html here, and actually I'm going to call I'm going to use the data which we had. So let's say data, which will come from the service, and it will be the progress progress type, and it will be an array, and first time it's empty. When it will come here, say this dot data, not, I'm also going to call the other method, and this is this I'm saying data subscription data, and it's type of subscription. Yes, right. Now here this dot sub data is equal to this dot progress. Actually I didn't inject yet, so let's say private progress, progress, and it's a type of progress service. Yes, and here just going to call and data s yes dot subscribe, and good. And first next, when there is a next, so it will be, of course, there is a value, and it will return pass this value, this dot data, which is this one, is equal to value. So now I have information in our data. Let's say error, and when there is error, so that's error, and it will simply console. One and more important, complete. Yes, when there is complete, then do yeah, then, but I don't have ng distra. Come on. Okay. On destroy, and now I'm going to have this method, thank you, and it will be here, and let's close this dot subscribe data dot unsubscribe, and call this method here, this dot. That's it. Now we're getting the information from the service, and we have the information in our data. Time to show on the page. First of all, no, not on here for Misa. But by the way, why I have the hard-coded data here? This should be from the players. Anyhow, let's first change this one. Data, and it will be first dot total, 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 and similarly here, but this time will be 1. So now we can see actually it's getting close to close. Very fast. So Misa is winner, and she has 250, 250, and 245, 242. Hashim's 242. So it's working very good. Next is right now. Then this is hard-coded data. This should be also changed. I don't know why I have some problem with the thought. Okay, anyhow, players. I have the information. I already have the information in the player, so let's change here, and this time players players first name, and this time first. So now we have it, Misa and Hashim. And if I will change the name here, then it will change here, and as well here. Okay, so total value has been set. Now what about the smiley? But smiley is in the child component. Okay, so now I need to move to the smiley. Okay, I already have 3. Actually, I should have all these value into the one array. It will be more clean. But first, let's get the values which I have right now. So first, smiley smiley, it's a string. Yes, and the second is progress. Progress, progress, and it's a type of number, and of course it's a 0. Two properties. Now I'm going to here, and I'm just going to change here. Let's copy, but just copy this one. Let's copy this one, and here, because this is a smiley, so smiley, smiley, and the second is prog value, and this time it will be, I think, the progress. So child component is ready to receive that data. So I also have data here. Now time to send from here. Paste. First is LEY, smiley, and this time data. I have data. First dot smiley, smiley. Second is progress, progress, and here is also progress. If I will have array, if I have array and putting this one, these all three value into an array, then it will be, yeah, it's more clean. And but let's see. Okay, that's very good. Maiza winner, Hashim. Oh wow, Hashim is winner. That's very good. But now we can see these are changing. Here, my Hashim has a smiley because actually he has won the game, and Maiza has sad. Let's do one more time. It doesn't look good here, but Hashim winning. Yeah. When it change, it's actually flicker, or it's just rotate, or just change the position, which is not good. It should be solid. So let's first fix this problem. Yeah, here, instead of adding both these images in one div, I'm going to define two divs, and there will be no problem actually. Let's see, and let's say this one start. I don't need this one, and let's say both are 50, and yeah, also 50 here, and first image, and second image is here, and this is okay. So now they are now they are not changing. Let's do one more time. Oh, why it's that's very funny. But anyhow, yeah, why it's there is another problem actually, and that component dice service here. Let's add here, and it's ng if data dot length length is equal to 0. So now, yeah, much better. Yeah, much better. Okay. Now the thing is, when please change. Yeah, it's now winning one person. Yeah, so now it's changed, and now they are solid. They look much better. Anyhow, we have progress bar, we have images, smileys, we have all the information. So all the information which belongs to one player and changing every second time. This next is turn. It doesn't belong to the player, but it change also every single second. So let's delete this one. And yeah, what is it? It's just okay. Anyhow, now I'm going to again progress service, and this time I also need, and this is data, but it's not data. Now TUR and turns, and it will be number. Yes, and it also here number, I know. And what next thing is how to send this data. Do I have any? Actually I don't have any variable, so let's have a variable which hold the turns. It's a type of number and is equal to 0, and let's say, but here now I'm sending the number of turns. This dot turns, yes, dot next, and this dot turns plus. Now it's fine. And here I'm also closing, so sending a message, looks fine. And now in the edge here, I'm going to define here, I'm now going to actually get the data. So let's say turns, which is type of number, and 0, and actually this will also have, and this time turns data subscription. Now we have this dot turns, but why subscription turns? Yeah, no, it should be subscription means and down turns. Now let's go this one. Okay, and this dot progress dot turns, yes, dot subscribe, that's it. And of course this one. Okay, so now I will copy all these three because I need the same. However, I don't need this time, so I'm just going to delete this one because actually this will call, and yeah, that's it. However, this will change turn turns, value is equal to turns, and complete, yeah, everything fine. And this dot subs turns dot unsubscribe, so it will also unsubscribe. Now what next? I'm going to here and here, and this will be TUR turns, yeah. So now we can say it's now showing. Okay, Hashim is winning. Hashim is okay. So now we can see Hashim has won the game. Our first player, second player has won the game in 68 times when the dice was rolled, and the second player get 251. Yes. What next? Next is only that I have to show the result, and it will be called only once. It will not change again and again. Okay, so now again I'm going to the progress service, and this is a little bit tricky. And there are actually many solutions, and it can be managed different ways. I can do like that. In the main service, it will call a method, and then method will tell the progress that the game is finished and now announce the result. But because I already have the data in the progress service, so actually try to manage from here instead of calling again from the main service. So let's say there is a method announce result. This is a method, and it will of course return a string. And yes, and let's say first let result, and let's say it's an empty, return result. That's it. Why? Okay, it's receiving nothing. That's also fine because I have the total here. So when this method should be called, as I said, it can be called from the main service, but however, if we say set complete, this is a method and it will be called only when when both players have done and the game is finished. So this method will be called. So I can call here this dot announce result, and here maybe it's not very logical, I mean not, but I can call here. Now when they have closed this one, they will call the method and it will calculate that who is winner and then will announce. Simple, very simple. And let's say if okay, p1 total greater than this dot p2 total, okay, then it means first player is winner. Result is equal to something. If p2 is equal to p1 less than p2, then second player is winner. Else. Now last is else, and here is result when both are equal. So it will say both are equal, equal. That's good. Okay, and now here I'm going to use, here I need how we announce the result. I announce Hashim is winner, so I need the name of the player who, so player name exists in the players, which I don't have here. So first I'm going to inject the data service, because data service provide the players information. So data service, and I said data service. So right now player 1 is winner, so this one, and this dot data service dot, but why then I have to call twice. Let's define array play, let play as players, and it's an array of type player player type, and it's an array, and first time it's empty, not why empty. Let's say this dot data s dot get all players. So now I have the name of the both players in our players array. So I'm saying players, player players, and the first, so dot name is winner, and yes, and second time if the second player is winner, so let's say second is player winner, otherwise both are equal, and that's it. Now it will actually send the information from same, and let's say copy, and this time result observable result, and it will have a string, and yes, so this dot result dot next result, and it will also call this dot result dot complete. So we have it. No, it will not return anything, sorry. So we have, and then it's just send the data and then close the connection, and that's it. And now I'm going to component, and similarly I have so one more. Result is a type of string, and first time it's of course empty, and second is sub, or it's been subscription. Result subscription, and now here I'm going to get the third data. This dot subscription result is equal to this dot progress dot results dot subscribe, and here. Okay, now I will copy this one and here, and actually result would be announced at very end, so I don't need this one. Okay, and this is result array and a, that's good, and I'm going to copy here. Actually this is the same, sub result, so only it will be called here, and it will close or unsubscribe all the subscription for the progress service. So now I have the information in result, which I'm going to use here. And let's see. Okay, Hashim winning. Oh yeah, he can win easily. So is that, so Hashim is winner, and this time the data is actually coming from the service. One more time. Hashim winning and game is. So now our progress bar is working, our progress component is working very fine. And let's yes, so here actually I am putting all these properties one by one, which is maybe okay, but the thing is it's not very clean. So instead of calling or describing one by one, I can define an object. For example, let's say, and let's give the name, and it can be, let's say, one time properties, props, one time props, and it's an object, and it will have some default values. So let's say I'm putting all these props in an object, so this one and this one. And now let's define the values, sorry, default values, and this is, and here and here. Okay, so now I, instead of 3 properties, I have one object. So let's, and name of the object, I'm going to change, actually background color, and it's here. So this one, and what next? Player image, yes, and the player image is here. So this one, and what next? Bar color, yeah, and this is bar. By the way, color spelling is wrong. Yeah, new bar color. So instead of one by one, I have defined an object which contain all these properties, and here I have set. So our child component is ready to receive the values in the form of object. And here, first of all, See, I am calling these properties one by one. I also remove them, but first in the TS file, component TS file, let's make them the properties. So I'm just going to say, let's define an array, which is, yeah, this is an array. Maybe I have, this is one time prop. This is an array which is already here, and I'm just going to one time props. Let's say one time props, and this is yes, and it's equal to, this is an array, and here I'm just putting the values. So which values I'm going to insert? So all these values, yes, let's call this one. So first is background color, which I have already this, then background colors, and first, and player image. So I also have this players, PLAYES players, and dot image, and I also have this that bar colors and 0. Is a bar color? Yes, bar. Yeah, bar color. Yes. So one more time, I can have loop, but why not? It's clean. I know exactly it will be for only 2 players. So now I have an array which contains 2 objects, and so yes, now in the parent th file, and here which property we have, this is the property. So I'm here and equal to, oh, this one, not this. That's it. Now let's remove these all, because I am having this. So one time, yes, actually it should be index, and why not? Okay, so now I have one. Let's see. Okay, that's working, that's good, but image is fine. So I have the images, but I have the colors, that's fine. Just background colors are not visible. Why not? So the thing is where I'm doing the mistake. Background colors, BG colors, and is it right? No, instead of, it should be this one and this one. Okay, so now I have also the background colors. So, and competition, tough competition. Oh, my says anyhow, now our progress component is fully functional and it's showing the results, everything. And instead of one by one, I try to also improve it. So the time is to, yeah, so the time is to have the question component. So let's start. So first of all, I'm going to create the question component. ng generate component, it will be inside the components, and name of the component is questions, QST and questions, and notice, and try run. Okay, so now looks fine. So I'm going to create the question component. Okay, looks fine, and just like make it small. And before to use it, let's export the component, and so it will be here actually, questions component, thank you. And now I'm going to have that here. Let's, and okay, let's copy QUSTIS questions, and also here questions. Yeah, hopefully it's, yeah, it's working now. That's very good time to design. Let's close it. Let's go to the component, HTML, CSS and .ts file. Okay, so first of all here I will copy the both parent and the child div, and center space redrap. I need this one, looks fine. And actually I'm using here in the question component stepper. Stepper is the logical component. Stepper is a component which divide the content into the logical chunks and logical parts. For example, here this whole is and the questions, radio buttons, the next button is a one logical content. So when I click here, it comes a new one, next one, and so on. So I'm going to use the stepper for this whole functionality. But first I have to import this one. So here, okay, and let's copy, and progress bar is instead of progress bar, let's say stepper module, met the stepper module, and it will be here stepper. I'm also going to use one more, and it is actually radio button. Let's copy here. Okay, so it's a radio, the radio button, and it will from the radio. Actually the radio button is for here, and I'm using one more component. It's just simple button, BUTT on button, which is button, and it's for this one, and one more, and this time it's, let's say, icon, and icon here, and I will use icon along the next text. So I have this one, let's copy all, and one copy. Why are doing one by one? But anyhow, it's the last one. So here. Okay, so now I have 1 2 3 4 components: stepper, radio button, and icon. Good. Let's close. So now the time to working fine. Now time to design the question component. So first of all, I'm going to add mat stepper, STPPER stepper, and this one inside the mat stepper I will add mat step, STEP step, hopefully, right? And here let's say div 1 for the first question, and let's say how are you. Let's say the first question, and the second question, let's say which day is today. So now I have the two questions. Let's see. Okay, so we have one step. If I like to have multiple questions, so I just have to copy this one, 1 2 3 4 and 5. So now I have 1 2 3 4 5. By default it's working horizontal. It means if here it's a OR orientation, ORIENTATI in orientation, and by default is horizontal. That's why it's working. However, we can do like vertical, and then it will be like this one, like that. But anyhow, as I said, I need horizontal. HORI. I can delete it, which is by default horizontal. Okay, and one more thing, let's add some style. Class stepper div. So I'm just going to design a little bit, stepper div, and it's a width is 100%. Okay, and background color, and it's F5 FAEB. Okay, so now let's see. We have the color. It doesn't look good. No, I can't see actually. So here just I'm just adding a temporary new line so I can see the result. So here, okay, so our stepper is working, it's moving horizontally, that's good. But what next? Next is, yeah, it's okay. Center matters, class div, but actually I cannot add like 5 questions, so delete this one, and instead of this let's have a div div, and here I'm just going to copy and paste, and hopefully it's working. Yes, but here I'm going to have a loop, but I don't have array. So here index array, which is a type of number array, and it's equal to 1 2 3 4 and 5. So now I have an array. That's good. Let's close this, I don't need it right now, and say here ng for, and let index of index array, and okay, I'm here. Okay, so now we have 1 2 3 4. So instead of hard coded 5, we have loop, and it's running 5 times. That's fine. And now I'm going like create. Why is showing it? But I will fix it better later on. But first of all, let's add the label. So I will have, instead of the 2 alongside, I will have q1 q2 and 3. So let's see, label, label label, and not area label, only the label, and it will be q for question plus index, which I have here. And so now we have q 1 2 3 4 and so on. And here actually I have to do like this, 100%. And one more here. So we have 2 questions. So actually there will be 3 rows. One first for the first row, first question, second row for the second question, and third is for the button. Actually I'm thinking to have a child component for question. So I will design only once, and then I can use for both and 5 times. So here actually there will be the 2 child component. But for the next button, let's have one more div. And there is no question, and here I'm actually going to add button, which I already have. So let's say next. Okay, so I have a next. So let's add little bit style, and I'm saying match, it's RAISD button. So now I have a water effect. So I have designed some for material UI. Let's add the class and say next button, and it says class to add styles. Yeah, so, and let's first of all, let's say font size 20 pixel. By the way, yeah, it's fine. Font, my favorite, and color, let's say 8B1 and C62, Yes, and width 100%, width 100%, and margin top, let's say 10 pixel. Okay, so now we have a big button. Actually, I don't like the small, because when we answer, we have to find it. But here, it's good. If we'll move next, so it will be easy to find. And we're next. So we have now designed our component, question component, which is running. Yes, and it has a couple of problems, but I can't see the create. And now next also thing is I have to design the child component, so I can see the questions. So I can see the full question with the radio buttons. But before to create the child component, let's do a couple of things. First of all, I don't need this. I think I don't need Q1, Q2, Q3, because I already have 1, 2, 3 and so on. So I think I should remove this one, and I should write a property here. Completed, completed, and it's equal to false. So now, okay, so now I have 1, 2, 3. I have a question number and they are fixed. One more thing, I actually, right now my button is not working. So when I should click the button, it should to move next, which it's actually not doing. So let's do this one. So it is mat STE double stepper next. Hopefully now it's working. So now I click, okay. Now I click the button, it moves next. So I can move in the two ways. First I press the question number, or I can press the next button as well. I can have the previous button, but I don't need it, I think. And let's do one more thing. Let's add the icon for the button, and let's copy. I'm just going to add a small icon. So mat icon, and let's say arrow right, right. Okay, this is very small. Let's add forward. Maybe it's more helpful. Yeah, it's more suitable. So now I have this one. Looks fine. And now time to create the child component. So let's come here, and now I'm going to create the child component ng generate component, and it will be inside the components and questions. Let me check. Yes, questions, and then a single question. QUSTI question. So name of the child component is question, and skip test and try run. Just okay. Let's see. Okay, so it seems fine. Let's create the child component, and let's make this small. Okay, so now I have the child component, but it should be here. Please come here, and yeah, and here, and it will be a small, and this one. First of all, I'm going to add, this is why this should be here and this should be here. Questions. Okay, so now I have the question component, and here I'm going to add the child component, and it is app question QUSTI question. Yeah, and let's see if it's working. Yeah, question works, so it's working. Let's copy that here as well, because I'm calling for the both players, so it will be, and now I have, it's working fine. Time to design the child component. So it's here, And first of all, okay, so this is the child component, and here I will have a div, and inside the div actually I will have the both. Okay, I will have two divs, first for the question, second for the radio buttons when the screen is full. So this will be the 50%, otherwise they both will be to the next line, so the 100%. So let's copy this one, div, and this is 150%, and then so this is the question. Here will be the question, QSTION question, and here will be the radio radio buttons. Okay, and for the question, let's see, yeah, question radio button, yes, that's good. So the question for I will have first, even I don't have here image, but I like to have image. So if this is a question for Misa or first player, then there should be the image of Misa, like this one or like this one. So it will be image here, and for image, let's first hard coded, then I will have from the players actually, and let's say girl, GI the girl, and height this time let's set 40 pixel, and one more, and here will be the question. And so what next is, so we have, this is not aligned, so here I'm going to copy this one. So now they are aligned. Just make a small class and left 5. Okay, but let's design a little bit here. So let's say class stepper div. No, let's say p1 player 1 div, because for both players, the just like here, the background will be different, the question color will be different, and that's why we have to have the different classes. So I'm just going to define here, let's say p1 div, and first is font size, and it's 20 pixel. Second is font family, and it's my favorite cursor, and let's say color, but color, let's say color, and for first player RGB, and it's 129 47 and 0. Okay, and background color, and this will be EDE 5EF, and here I'm just adding height, let's say 80 pixel, and padding, and it's 10 pixel. Let's copy, paste. Okay, and I will have same for the second player. These on, and for the second player this will be the different. So this is, and let's say background color, it's actually the color, so it's say 0 E43 and 63, and the background color is 5 and FED. So these only two properties are different, otherwise these are the common. So let's, instead of having in the both places, let's define common, and let's delete this one as well. Okay, and fine, and time to come here. Actually it will be here common, and here ng class, and it's actually the property binding, and it will be here p1 div. This will be changed when I will change the code. It will be changed automatically. So p1 div. Now let's see if, yeah, I know, it's just saying, yeah, okay, let's, okay, the height is too much. Common height is 80 pixel. Height is not fine. Okay, now let's do a couple of things. Question.cs. I'm here. Okay, and here is a question component.ts. I'm going to define one thing. Let's have some properties. So at the rate of input, and it's a method, and he will say one time props, props, and actually it's an object which is equal to object, and here will be, let's say, player class, which I will change there, and it will be type of string, and the second player image, and it will be also type of string. And let's copy and this one and this one. So now we have defined our property, which is a type of object, and it have player class and player image. So here in this one, I'm just going to say ng class, and it's equal to dot player, player, player class, and one more thing, player image, and it will be same. So copy, it will be here, but in the class it will be player image, and this will be and one more question. And do I have, no, I don't have a question. So let's say another property, and this is a simple question. So let's say quest and question, which I'm going to ask, and here it will be just a symbol string, and okay, so now we have this one also, and let's say question, and it should be here, not sorry, okay. So now I have only these 2, 3. Let's, okay, radio buttons, that's the, but I don't have the class and okay. Now let's move here, and okay, but before to questions, I don't need it here. Let's close this. Okay, now here I have index array, which is I am using, but I should have one more thing, and okay, if I will call to, let's close this one. Okay, so it means I'm calling, I have to call this twice. So for this I have to have a loop here, which I don't have here. So let's say loop, loop array, which is a type of number, of course, and it will start from let's say 0 and 1. So we have just like have index array, now we have loop array, and so it's here I'm just calling the same, calling array. So this time it's a loop, it's and it's part of loop array. So the thing is, this will run 5 times. So because we have 5 questions, and for every time you are the 2 players, so 2 questions will be asked. So this will be run for twice, and 5 times in the whole will be run. And let's see if it's working. Yes, still working. That's good. Yeah, it's working. So now our loop is working. Just close this one, and what now I have to add the properties. And first property is, let's say, question, but I don't have any question. Do I have? I don't have the questions. Let's first have hard-coded questions. So P1 I have already, sorry. Yeah, let's copy. I have these 2 arrays. They have hard-coded question for both players. Right now I have hard-coded because right now I don't have the service which actually give the questions. So it's just for testing. And I am going to, okay, let's say question, QSCH question, this is a property. Yes, this is the question property. So right, I'm a question and is equal to, let's say, P1 questions. Is it the right? No, I'm just coming here. That's the first one. P1 questions, and it is index -1, and it's just passing the questions. Now let's see if it's working. Yeah, so now it's passing the 2 questions. That's good, but I need to pass the question for both players. So actually, can I define? Yeah, okay, let's define array of arrays. So a question for both, right? It is an array of string, but it's not a single array, it's an array of array, a double array. And it will be like, first is the question, and the second is this one. Can I find position? What? Cannot find name? Did you mean? Oh. So time. Now let's use them here. Instead of one array, I'm going to say this will be totally different, and I'm going to use both questions. So this is the array. Now I'm going to use question for both, and it will be like, so first is loop, and the second is index -1. So it will take, first it will decide which array is this one, and then take the question. Let's see. Okay, it seems fine. So it says first question for the first player and first question for the second player. That's good. Next, first question, second question for the first player, second question for the second player. That's also good. Third question for, yeah, that question for the second. So our logic working fine. Now we are actually getting the questions from here. So when I will develop my service, question service, so I will update this array with the questions and it will work fine. And why is not working? Okay, let's child component here, actually here. That's for a second. Okay, now so we have next button, and it's fine. What next? Next is I need to have this one and the player image. Okay, so first is here. I'm going to get the player images. So players, it is an array of player type, and it is an empty. Do I have the player services? No, I don't have. So here private data service, which is type of data service, and now I'm just saying this dot players, not p1, player, players is equal to this dot data service dot get players. So now I have the image and name of the players in my here. Okay, that's also fine. And one more thing. What next? Okay, let's define one time props props, and it is actually an any and is equal to array. So it is actually a type of array which I'm going to pass, and it will have, let's say, this dot one time props is equal to, of course it's in an array, and it will have, and it will have two things. First is, what is here, player class and the player image. So let's copy this one. Player class is equal to p1 div for first player, and player image is equal to this dot players first dot image. Yes, so the first player. And let's, for the second player, the class will be second. And okay, so now I have this one, and let's pass to the child component. So is equal to, and here it will be loop. Yeah, yes, and that's it. Let's see if it's working. Yes, no, couple of, we can have the image, that's good, but we don't have the class. And why we don't have the class? That's here, the player class, that's good. We have for, actually we should have another class. Is something wrong with p1 div, come on, p2 div? So that's fine. We have the question, so we have the images, we have the background color, we have the question. Let's see if I change the data service and if I change the image for both players. So let's say true and the true. Okay, so here change, so same and same. So everything looks fine. Yeah, I think they are not aligned. Okay, they are not aligned here in the question dot, yeah, this one, but I don't have any yeah, I don't have anything, but our question component is working and the background is fine, everything is fine. Icon is not working, but I will fix it. But next is, now let's add the radio button. Okay, and now for the radio buttons, actually I will add a couple of things. First of all, I'm going to add mat dot radio dot group, ROUP group. It's mean it will combine the three, and here I will, of course, I will mat dot radio button, and and here will be the 6 for correct answer, 3 for the correct answer with the help, and 1. And let's say value and is equal to 6, 3 and 1. Radio button, yeah, looks fine. Yeah, but let's add this one. Yeah, but no, it's not working, so I can add to solve the problem, and it will be always 100%. And instead of this one, let's say space around. Okay, so now it looks fine and they are working. And okay, what next? Next, what I am missing, let's see how it looks for the small screen. They are not doing this one. It's just because of the row wrap, and where actually I am missing the row wrap. This one will go to the next line. So question, it should be here. And let's copy, let's paste here, and now let's see. Now they are to next line, but one more problem, they are very close to the question. Yeah, let's create a little bit space. So just I am adding 1, and this time saying ng. Why I'm saying here, because it will add, let's add here, let's say, because I have div for this. Okay, and it will be ng style, style style dot small, because when there is a small screen, just add do couple of things. First, let's say padding top dot pixel, and it should be, let's say 15 pixel, and same property again for extra small padding top the pixel. Let's see, that's fine. So now we can see, yes, but there is why it's a problem, because here for the questions.css, and I have set minimum, let's say minimum height, min height, and let's say now it will be, so now we have it. So we have a gap and we have the question. Looks fine, everything looks fine. And what next? Our child component is ready now. Okay, now let's have the service where, so instead of hard-coded questions, I will have the questions. So let's have the service. So for the service, I'm going to say ng generate service, and it will be inside the component services, VICES component services, and it will be questions, the name of the service question, and skip tests. Let's say ng generate component services and questions, etc. So let's create the service. But the thing is, this service will do nothing. Actually, if I see here, the question service only tell the information, only tell the component that which time it should be visible. For example, if I restart the application, here I can't see, so we can't see the question component. It's because it should be, or it will be visible only if any player has more than 100 score. So see here, okay, Hashim has 101, and now the question component is visible. It's the question service only does this functionality, otherwise it does nothing. So the thing is, how we get the data in question component? Actually, we get the data from the data service. As I said before, that all the static information like questions or player information, it's coming from the data service. Because maybe sometime later on I will change the information, or I will add new question or delete some questions. Then I know that there is only one service where I can change the information. So let's first of all, let's go to the data service, and here actually I will write the method which return the information. But first of all, let's make it small, and I'm going to, yes, these are the information. So I'm just going to copy, and let's here, this is a method which returns all the question for first player. Similarly, I also have the other method, and it will return the question for second player. So now I have a method which returns, I think there are 50, 60, 70 per player questions, 60, 50. Okay, so now I have a questions for all, for first player I have a question here, and the second player I have a question in another array. And here I'm going to write another method in the data service which will be called by the component to get the 5 questions. So the name of the method is get 5 unique unique questions. So this is the method, and it will get the player number, which is actually type of number, and it will return actually of course it will return an array with the 5 questions. And okay, so now let's see, let unique questions. It's an array which I will return, and it's a type of string array, and first it's an empty, and I'm going to return this one, return turn, and here I'm just going to copy this one. So next is I'm going to also get the question for a player, and let's say question let all questions, and it's a type of array of string, and is equal to, this is equal to if player number is equal to 1, it means first player, then this is this dot get player 1 question, and if it's not, then get the this dot get second questions. So the thing is, this method will be called by both player one by one. So if it's a first player, then I will have all the questions for first player in this array, and if it's a second player, then I will get the all questions for second player in this array. That's it. So the thing is, now I have question in this array. Now what next? Next is I'm going to define an index array, array, and it will be type of number. And let's say first of all I'm saying take the third question, 4th, 9th, 12th, and 17th question. Okay, so I'm going to select these questions from this array and will put in this array unique and then return it. And here I'm just saying index array dot map, which means run the loop, and x, which means a question, and it will be like that. So now I'm running the loop over this one and just saying unique array unique questions, which is an array dot push. Okay, and it will push the questions, all questions. This is this one dot all question and X. So it's getting the all question which are existing at these indexes. So it will get the third question from this array, fifth, and so on. Okay, and now we have return. So this method will be called by the questions component. So I'm here, and first of all, I don't need this one because now I'm getting the data from the service. So data service, yes, I have the data service. So let's say this dot p1 questions is equal to this dot data service dot get 5 unique questions, and first time it will be just say first player and this object is undefined. Why it's not let's say this dot p1 question, this is an array, and this dot data s dot questions, and it's just passing the one. Yeah, come on. Yeah, and this will be second, and now it will be for the second player. So we have informations of the both. I have the 5 unique questions for both players separately in these arrays. So now just have to pass here in this one, and let's delete this. Okay, and I can say that push and just make it like that. And actually that was also right. Anyhow, let's say, and let's make it will be more visible. Let's like do this like this. It's more meaningful. Yes, and now I have the information in both. Let's see, it will be empty here, and okay, let's run the application to see if it's working. Okay, one more time. Yes, now we are getting the question from the service. So the first question, how many colors are there in the rainbow? I think it's for Maisa. It makes sense, she's just 5-year-old. And the next question, how many hands do you have? Wow. And so on. So now I have the questions. The thing is, if I repeat refresh the application, I have the same question. Again, I have the same question, but there should be the different question every time, because I have set a sample of I think 60 questions from Maisa first time. But the thing is, why is sending the same question? Because in the data service, yes, here I have set the hard coded here that please set take the first third question, then 5th, 9th, 12th, and 17, like that. This should not be like that. They should be the random numbers. So here I'm going to define in the, let's say, help service, where I define the simple method. So I'm just defining a method here, and it will return an array of the 5 unique numbers. So let's say get 5 unique numbers. This will only return me that 5 questions which I should select, only the numbers. Okay, and it will have, of course, a range. How many questions a player have, range number, and it's a type of number, and it will return, or it will number array. And okay, so let's say unique and IQUE numbers, it's an array of numbers, and first sympathy, and let's return this one, TURN unique number. And now what next? Next is I'm going to check if range array and range less than 6, then just return the array empty, because the range should be greater than 6, because if the range, it should be greater than 6. If the range is, if there are 6 questions, then I can return the unique 5 questions. But if there are only 3 questions or 4 questions, then how could anyone return the 5 unique numbers or questions? So range should be more than 6. And okay, if range is less than 6, then return. And one more thing, now here I'm going to say, let's say there is a counter and it's a type of number and its start is equal to 0, and if not if, why if here, while while range, not range, counter, because I'm in the counter, is less than 5. If they're less than 5, it means 5 question has not been selected yet. So just keep on running. Okay, and here it's just say const random number, yes, is equal to math.flow, and it's just saying math.random. It's a method multiplied by range range plus 1 plus 1. 1 mean it will not select the first question. And if I say here, I have an empty here, so that's why. Anyhow, now I have taken a random number and it's just checking if unique number, this array unique numbers dot index, and index of this random number is equal to -1. That means it has not been selected first. Then simply unique number, yes, dot push the random number, otherwise just do nothing. And then in that case counter, just increase the counter. That's it. Now I have 5 unique numbers. This array will return the unique numbers, and in the data service, actually instead of this one, I'm going to call this dot helps. Do I have the help service here? No. Let's say private. Okay, private help service is about help service, and this one, let's say this help service dot get 5 unique numbers, and okay, and the range is this one, all questions dot length -1. Okay, and now I have this number, so let's check. Okay, let's check if it's really returning the number. So let's say let's see if it's working. Yes, it's working. Which part of your body is used to see? And if I refresh, now there is a new question. Which animal is called the king of the jungle? That's good. And which animal has black and white strips on the body? Okay, so every time they are coming the different questions. And let's see, alert, just to check if we are getting the unique number. So let's say index array dot map x such as x dot join, and just join with the, let's say, and okay, let's, what is calling, and number, let's see. Okay, so 12 12 13, every number is unique. 26 first, 39 3 19. Good. Let's one more time. 30, all the number are unique. 41 14 49 6, yes, all number are unique. Let's one more time. 50 50, yes, all are unique numbers. And 32 26 3 and 30. That's it. So actually we are getting all the unique numbers. Now that's it. So this is, now we are getting the questions from the service, and every time we are getting the unique questions for both players. Yes, questions can be repeated in different games, but in one game then a question should not be asked more than once. Okay, now let's do the logic that this question component should not be visible unless any player have more than 150. So now let's go to the main service, and here I have the condition which I'm going to, let's say, copy, and here I'm just saying else. First it was saying if both players are less than 250, then keep it running again and again. However, I introduced one more condition, and it says if any player have equal to or 100, equal to 100, player 1 or the player 2. If the both are equal to anyone, not the both, sorry. If any player has 100, then call a method from middle service. Let's say this dot middle service, I already have dot time to ask questions, QUSTION questions, and it's a method. Then ask this method. I don't have this method, but one more thing, I have to put one more condition, and it say time to ask question is a number and is equal to 0. So this one, time to ask, here, this time to ask equal to 0, and so this time to ask should be 0, and there should be any one condition. Then call this method and make this dot time to ask bigger one, make it 1. So here it will come only once, and this method I don't have here. So let's say call this method okay, and now it's done. So now I have the method time to ask questions, and actually it will do nothing. Middle service is not doing anything, it's just a middle service, and it's just send the same information, and I don't have this one. So let's say I have the same service method in our question service. So this dot do I have the question service here injected now? So let's say here, let's say private question service is a part of question service. That's good. I have injected the service now, and let's say this dot question service dot time to ask the question, same here, which I don't have yet, but middle service sending the signal to the next question. And here I will have this one, it's a method, and void no information. Yeah, okay, so now I am the question service, and it will have also one more method. Let's say the name of the method is set complete, and set complete. So now time to implement the logic. Logic is simple. It will, whenever this method will be called, it will update this variable time to ask, which is actually here, time to ask to 1. So say this dot time to ask 1, and one more thing, data dollar, but I call it S, more is to say, and new subject, and will be number, and Thank you. So now I will say this dot data $s dot next is equal to this dot time to ask 1. That's it. And here also this dot data s dot complete to send the information that now the component can unsubscribe. So here I have information. Now the time to go to the parent component, questions component, and get the information. So this is the method. So first of all, because I'm going to get subscription, so subscription, and it's subscription, and let's implement thank you, and just saying this dot subscription is equal to this dot question service. I haven't injected the question service, so let's say private question service, and it's a part of question service. And here dot question service dot data s dot subscribe, yes, and here will be an object because it will do a couple of things. First it will say next when there is a next, and of course there will be some value, and this value will be assigned to someone which I don't have here. So let's call the same time to ask the same, and this time it will be say this time to ask is equal to value. That's done. And when there is no data, it should complete method, which I also don't have. So let's have it. So I'm just going to implement on this try, this try, hopefully spelling is correct, and on this try make it capital. That's thank you, and it's a yes, thank you. And one more thing, let's yeah, that's good, thank you one more time. And here, and let's say this dot that subscription, when there is no data, just unsubscribe for the subscription. That's done. And now I'm going to call this dot on this try, on ng on this try method, and that's it. So when I have the complete signal, just unsubscribe for the service. So the thing is, now I have the information here, and I'm just saying when don't show the component all the time, only when ng if this variable is equal to 1. When this variable 1, then show the question component, and let's see the result. Okay, here we can see there is no question component, and when Misa has 1 or 3, then it's visible. That's good. That's we like to implement. Yeah, so we can see. Done. We have implement one thing. Let's what next? Actually, the next thing is now I'm going to, okay, so now the thing is, I don't know why, let's later on. Okay, come on. Now I'm going to do that whenever I will press this button, this should send information to these components, and then they can update. Actually, it will happen now reverse. Now I'm the question component, and I'm just sending information to the main service with the score, and then it will update accordingly. It's not a good practice because here I'm having the middle service. I should also have middle service for input, but the thing is I'm calling only once. That's why I think it will be overkilling. So let's do the simple way. I'm here in the question service. question component. It's a parent component, and I am just going to define here a method, say update score. It will update the score, and of course it's a method, and it will receive nothing, and it will call the method this dot. Actually, I don't have main service here. So first of all, private main service, and it's a main service. It's not a good practice, but I only have one, calling one. That's why I'm calling the direct from the component to the main service. If there are multiple time I'm going to call the main service, then there should be a middle service as well here. But let's cheat this time. I have this dot question main service, yes, dot, and do I have the method? I don't have. So let's say update player player score. I don't have this method right now, but it will have first player score and second player score. Let's call like that. And now I'm going to the main service again and going to have this method. So let's say here, this is the method, and it will have, let's say P1 score, P1 SORE score, and it's a type of number, and P2 score, SCOR, and it's also the type of number. That's good, and it will return nothing. Now let's have this one. First of all, it will update the total of both player one by one. So this dot P1 total is equal to P1 score. Thank you. Similarly, second and first second. So now I have updated the information total of the both players. What next? When I set the information to the middle service, I need this array of data. So let's say first of all, this dot data is equal to empty. So to make them, and now this dot data is equal to an array, and here I'm just going to define the information. Actually, I need two objects here. New, it's a player player status, yes, and it will have two things. First is P1 score, yes, and this dot P1 total. It needs the current score, dice value, and the total of the player. And similarly, and second time it will have the second player and second total. So our data array is done. Similarly, I'm sending here and again here. So what I'm sending, I'm just updating the information and sending to the middle service. So when they have middle service, it will send the all and it will start. So let's see if our logic is working. Yes, I have the component. When I next, no, it's not working, because when I should press 6, do I have? Okay, let's see. In the question component, I'm just sending this minute 6. That's good. And when it comes here in the main, it's received P1 and it is the okay. And yeah, let's see. No. Very good. Let's say this and middle should call service. No, but I should not call services. Yes, I should call them call services. This and data. Let's see if I have alert. This dot P1 score. Let's see. Let's see if we are receiving the information. Then this dot P1 total. Am I receiving the information? No. So this component is actually not sent. It's because this method update score is not attached or connected with this button, then how it will be called? Oh, yeah, it happens. So here I am in, now I am in the next button, and I'm just saying when it will be click, okay, please call this method. Okay, 1111, yes. And now see, they have 166 here. Let's one more time. Thank you. And they are again here, and they are increasing. That's good. So the thing is, now our information is actually moving from the component to the main service, and then they are updating. So that's good. Let's delete this one. And what next? Next is, right now I am sending the hard coded data 666, but actually I need to send the values which I press here. So 6 or whatever. So the value should become here. Now the time is time to move into the child component, and child in this inside the child component, it actually will send the information. So let's say at the rate of output, how we said information output. Let's say the output is a method. How we set information to the child to the component. We have information. We always through the emitters. Right now, so far I was sending the information from parent to child, but this time in the reverse, I'm sending from child to parent, and it will be like that. I have output. This was the input. It was the output. Now it means I'm receiving the output. Sorry, I'm giving the information to the output, and it's here. Okay, and let's call this player, player, player score. Yes, and it is an event emitter, and let's, and it's a part of code. Thank you. And it will receive an information, let's say number, but what I'm doing is, okay, let's say number, and inside it will say event emitter, event emitter number. So now we have it done, and here I'm just saying, okay, but first of all I'm just going to have a method here. Let's say set player score, and it's a method, and it will receive an score, player score I mean, and it will return nothing, number. Number. Okay, and let's say alert and score, and this time I'm going to attach this method with the radio button. So I'm just going to say here change. Yes, when there is a change, please call this method, and it will have the value accordingly. So 6, let's say here 3 and 1. So whenever there will be a change value in the radio buttons, they will call the method here, and it will show the score. So time to check. Okay, let's say press 6 and 6 here. That's good. Plus 3 is here. So data is coming from the HTML file to TS. But there is a one problem. The problem is, if I press 3 and it's coming 3, but now I don't know that which player has 3. It's the first player and the second player. I don't know. Because we are just sending the value. We are not sending the ID. So time to change a little bit logic. and because right now we don't have ID for the player, that's why it's a confusion. So we have to send the ID for this one and this one, so we know that which player is actually this. And for ID, I can use 1 2 3, but this class, background class, this is a unique for both player. See here, the colors are different and we have only 2 players. Better to have the integer, but if I'm already having the string and it's only will use for 2 players, so that's fine. So I'm using these 2 strings as an ID for both players. So the thing is here in the component, and I'm saying along with the value, it will also receive this information, and it is unique for both player. So I'm passing here. Okay, now it's error. I know why, because here is just receiving the number. I'm saying okay, receive an ID which is type of string. That's good. Now error is gone. And let's see, check this one, plus ID. So score and the ID. And if I run the application, and if I press 6, now saying 6 for the player 1. That's good. 3 for the player second. And if it's again 1, so it's showing 1 for the first player. So now we know which player has which score. That's good. We are moving, and however, this information at the child component, now we need to send to the parent component. And for this, I have to define a data class here. Okay, normally what I do, I design or set the class here, but this class which I'm going to define, it will be used only in the question component. So I'm going to define this data class here, because it will not be used anywhere here. It's a good practice to use the code to define the code where is actually being used. So this class will be used here. So I will define here. In the question component, I will say new folder, and let's say models, although it will be only one. So it's a folder, and inside this folder, I'm just going to define new file and say sco score type.ts. So it's a data class, and as usual, I always copy this one because just typing practice. So now I have the score type, a data class. That's done. Then here, instead of number, I'm just going score type. Thank you. Also here, score type. So now actually I am emitting an object. So let's close this one. Thank you. And I'm saying this dot player score, yes, and dot emit, it's emitting the value. And here actually it will say new score type, yes, and it will have 2 information. First it will have a score, SCOR score, and the second is ID. So now it's actually emitting the object. That's good. We are having sending information from the child component to the parent component. Now time to come in the parent component, and here I'm just saying what was that? It was the player score. Okay, and here I am just going to have player score, and it will be, let's say, it will be a method. Let's say set player score, and it will have event, this one, and let's say $s and event. And let's define this method inside here. Okay, so now I'm going in the TS file of the parent component, and here it will have some let's say void, that's one. And okay, So let's say it will receive some values. So what values? Player PLA, let's say values, which is a type of score type. Okay, this method will receive the values and it will actually call the, it will update the score here, which I will pass here. And do I have P1, P2? No, I don't have. Okay, let's say this P1 score, SCO score, is a type of number and is equal to 0. And this time P2. So now we have two, P1, P2, and here if values dot player ID is equal to, we know for first player is P1, this one, P1 div, so it means it's a first player. Thank you. Then this dot P1 score is equal to this values, thank you, dot player score. So we are now updating first, else if this is not first player, then it's of course a second player, because we have only two players. So here it will be player 2 and so now we are updating our both player scores. So instead of here hard coded, I'm just going to say this dot P1 score and here this dot P2 score. Okay, and let's test this one. That's good. Let's say both player has 1 and 1, 1 and 1. If I press, then they should come here. Okay, so they are coming here. That's good. If a 6, 6, then both should move up. That's good. And again 3, 3. Yes, 3, 3. Yes. And last is 6, 6. So this should be also progress. Yeah. So everything fine, working. Now we are sending real-time data from component to main service. But next problem is when the both players have answered the 5 questions, then this game should start again, but it's still standing. And to fix this one, we have to go to the main service, because it's the main service which actually control the flow. And here in the main service, I'm saying if this dot time to ask, okay, increase is greater than or equal to 6. This is 6 because we have increased the time to ask value here. So it's 1 here. 1 minus 6 is equal to 5. So when this method has been called 5 times, so it means 5 questions has been asked. Okay, when there are 5 questions has been asked, so just do one thing, and it is this dot call the method controller. So then it will be called this method controller, and when it will come here, and then it will be a loop here. So it will start again and again. So let's see. Okay, 6, 6. Let's make it big. Okay. So now 6, 6. Let's say 3, 3. Now coming here, 1, 1. So here again 6, 6. Now I have, it's the last question. Let's say 1, 1, and then after that it should be automatic. Okay. So we have a couple of problems. First of all, the game is stopped. And the second is question component is disappeared. So first let's see the flow. Why the game is stopped? And flow is in the main service. And first of all, it's not calling this method. So it means it's coming here. Yeah, I think the problem is here. And now is end situation between these two conditions. Let's see. Okay, seems good. Okay, that was a problem. Okay, that's the problem is solved. Now the question component is not disappeared, and we can see the game is running. Okay, the next problem is actually now there are only few problems remaining. Next problem is I can answer the question without selecting any of these options. So this should be inactive unless I have selected these both values. So first of all here, yeah, it's a question parent component, and here I'm just going to define, let's say, disable, yeah, and so say P1 score should be 0 greater than 0, sorry, and second also, so P1 should be 0 and P2 should be 0, the both should be 0, and for reverse because it's disabled. Let's see. Okay, so it's now inactive unless we have selected, and now it's active. And I next, okay, this should be inactive as well. And when I press this button, I think the problem is here. Yeah, I think so. This dot P1 score is equal to this dot P2 score is equal to 0. Yes. Okay, I press this one, now button is active, that's fine. And here button is also active. So when I press this one, anyhow, one problem is solved, the next still is there. Okay, so when I move from one button to another, when it starts, it's inactive because I haven't selected any one of these. So it's fine. When I selected, this is active here and this is also active here. It should not be active. It should be only active here. Okay, so I think let's define question QUSTIN question number, and its type of number and is equal to 0. So now I have a question number into here. Let's increase this dot question number increment, and this is let's set to 1 because index also starting from 1. So 1 1, and here let's add one more condition that index is equal to question number. And okay, so if there is a question number, then it's right, true, and okay. Now let's see. In the first question is first, current question is first. When I select both, the button is active, but on the second question, third, fourth, and so on, the button is inactive. So I can only answer the first question. So when I press here, the button is inactive here and it's also inactive here, and it's saying please select these both, and then I will be active. So this one, now it's active. Again, this is active here, but inactive here, inactive here, inactive as well here. So fine, that's working very good. But next problem is also here. The thing is, for example, the current question is third, and if I just go to the fifth, select first, second, and come back here and do like that. Now it's inactive. I'm just going 3 button here is inactive, but here is active, and I move on. So the thing is, the solution is this should be active only when the current question is this one. And where I can do that here, and for this I have to have these both as well, and I will receive from the parent. So okay, so let's say question number, and it is the number, and it is equal to 0, and this time this is index. And here let's have the same logic. So disable, and it will be index is equal to question number, and now let's do question block, yes, and now we are ready to receive the values from the parent component, but I am not sending the values from here. So let's come here, copy, and one more time, and this time is a question QUST question number, and this is also the question number because I already am using here. So, and this is index, and this is also index. Okay, yes, I think the problem is solved. Okay, that's good. Now these are active here because first question is the current question. However, the second, it's inactive. I cannot select here. Button is inactive, and so on, third, fourth, and so on. So now I can only select the options here. I can answer the questions here. So let's see, 1 and this is active here, but this is not active here. So I can only answer the question here. And next, and now, yeah, everything looks fine. So all the problems are solved. Yeah, last problem. Sometimes the icon which is here is work and sometimes it doesn't work. And I checked on the Google internet and it says this solution works for me. It says I just have to copy to make sure that it load on time. So I'm just going to add here because it's a global now. So, but this solution works for me, hopefully. So now we can see the icon, next icon. And okay. So we have developed our application. It was a long video. Thanks for being with me. And we have done all the components. Yeah, I'm missing it's just a text. So just forget it. So we have done the application. Thank you so much for watching and have a very nice time. Bye.